Okay. Let's get to it. What's up, Nicholas? I had a very revitalizing weekend, chat. The writing went really good. I'm very, very happy with it. We might do more today, so in a couple hours I might have to hop off of here. But yeah, I'm very happy with the new stuff. We're very, very close to the writing being like... We basically thought we were done a while ago, and then we had a bunch of new ideas that we thought were way funnier than the stuff we already had. So we jumped back in, added some new character arcs, some new characters, and yeah, I'm very, very happy with the new stuff. I think it's some of the best stuff in the book, so I'm happy with it. But that does take time, so a little bit less streaming the past couple weeks as we've been writing. Alright, I want to finish this bottom half. It's dragon. It's dragon.
We need today is soul. Solid rock, standing tall, holding back, tainted soul. It's soul. Solid rock, standing tall, holding back, tainted soul. Holding back, it's soul.
thinking a lot about who we are, where we go from here. You got me thinking a lot. Please sign me up as a pioneer. You got me thinking a lot about who we are, where we go from here.
Might have to do this statue finally. Put your body to it. Oh boy. I think I gotta render this statue. I gotta find the reference I took of it. I'll finish the bark first, but I think it's time. I think it's time.
Show somebody how it feels. Body music. You can use it. Put your body to it, baby. Body music. You can use it. Show somebody how it feels. Body music. You can use it. Put your body to it, baby. Body music. You can use it. Show somebody, baby, how it feels. Body music. Honey, you can use it. Put your body to it, baby. Body music, body music, 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 body music, body music, 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 body music, body music, 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 body music, body music, music. Music.
How was the birthday party? I didn't celebrate my birthday. I haven't celebrated my birthday since I graduated high school. I saw Princess Mononoke in a movie theater though, that was cool. Yeah, I never celebrate my birthday. It might be something about the 1 year closer to the grave. I'm not sure. I haven't done it since I was like young, so I don't know. I don't like being the I know it's weird to say this on a live stream where you can all look at my face, but I don't like being the center of attention. I like hosting parties where everybody can kind of enjoy themselves and mingle and have a good time and move around and talk to groups, but I don't like being the center of attention of anything, like ever. And having a birthday party just feels like a whole lot of people looking at you and giving you things to see if you're happy with the thing they got you, and I don't like it. It makes me nervous. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels very artificial too. I don't know, something about it is just like, I don't know, just feels very forced. I've also had the feeling when friends invite me to birthdays where I'm like, I don't really want to go, but you have to go because otherwise you know, dude, you didn't come to my birthday. And like, the idea that I could possibly give anyone that same feeling of like, I don't want to go to this thing, but Dan expects me to be there, that makes me feel like physically sick. Like I would never want to give somebody that kind of feeling. So yeah, I don't know. I just skip it. I just have regular parties and people can come if they want to. Hosted a big party on Saturday that was really nice for my friend's baby shower. I generally throw very good parties at my place, so I like hosting that, but yeah, not for me. What up? What's going on? Shut up. What's going on, Artie? I have bailed on my own birthday parties before. When someone threw me a surprise party, I did disappear Here in, this might be a worldwide thing. I don't know, but here in Boston, we call it the Irish goodbye. It's where you're drinking and having a good time, and then you like sneak out the back door without saying goodbye to anybody. I have done that before. Hey! Congrats, shut up. Good luck. But don't worry, chat. I celebrated. I saw Princess Mononoke in the theater. And I ate some delicious Chinese food. Alone in my car at the beach. That's all I need. I'm not sure if me and Dave are writing today. I can't remember what day we agreed on, so I might have to jump off stream in a few. If he calls me, I'm basically just gonna end the stream to go work on our book. But we'll see what happens. If not, I'll be streaming probably all afternoon. But yeah. No, shut up. It was. Why would you think that? Of course it wasn't. Don't even worry about it. It's not millennial sarcasm, it's me being embarrassed about anybody being nice to me for any reason. It's a growing up in Boston shame thing where I don't want to celebrate my birthday because I'm embarrassed to be like the center of attention. Mixed with a little bit of Phantom of the Opera, Don't Look at Me, smashing a mirror. You know, a little bit of both. Yes, it was my birthday last week. Thank you. Don't worry about it. It's all good, man. I wouldn't have brought it up. Someone in chat asked about it though, so. I'm getting hot head, so I'm gonna turn my music up and take my headphones off. It shouldn't affect anything for you guys. Ugh. Steven Zapata. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. How's things? How did I handle the situation where the mayor gave me honorary? So it was a key to the city of New Bedford for saving an old lady from getting run over by a truck. How did I handle it? I mean, I showed up at the town hall and they gave a speech, and then they gave me the little plaque thing, and then there was photo ops with like local politician people, and then that was it. They gave me like a little standing ovation, and that was it. There wasn't anything crazy. Who knows how old I am, Ryan? Who knows? All I know is I'm not good enough at painting for whatever age I am. So I gotta really, really focus on pumping out some new work. Please hold. I hear some shenanigans. I think there's an animal in my house, chat. But where? I can hear it moving around. It's not my dog. Must be a squirrel or something that got in through the doors. Oh. Something got in here. I can hear it scurrying. Chewie should have got the medal. Good to see you, Steve. It's been a pleasure seeing your recent work develop, Steve. I would love to talk to you sometime about everything you've been doing. I gotta get this painting done, guys. How am I this overdue on this fucking painting? I mean, I know why, but like, Jesus. We gotta get this thing done. I've been trying really hard not to. Little animal, I can hear you. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're a chipmunk or a squirrel or... I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to get you back outside. Like when my dog's just asleep on the couch, like, everything's fine. Who cares if there's a critter in here? Let's take a look at these detail comparisons. Got a whole lot around here. Yeah, Steve, would be great. It's gonna drive me crazy. I need to know what animal is in here. Highly. Get it. Go get the critter. There's a big statue here. I think I talked about this on stream last week, but there's a big statue here, kind of like the Statue of Liberty. It's smaller though, of like a goddess, huge statue, and she's pointing out at the ocean harbor. And it's very funny because some osprey eagles made a nest on her head, so it simultaneously looks like a laurel crown, like from Midsummer, like a crown of flowers, but it also kind of looks like a crown of thorns. And I saw the eagles like up by the nest last night, which I've never seen before. It's just very cool. It's like a huge statue of a goddess with like an eagle's nest on her head with eagles in the nest. It's such a cool thing. Fucking awesome spot for an eagle too.
In the beginning there was truth, and in that truth there lived a sound, and it picked you up off the ground, and the beating of the drum, the pop and the snare, make you throw your hands in the air. Can you feel it? Like I feel it? It is something feeling.
That's my bad. I don't know why that audio source got turned back on. There's an audio source for when I talk to Dave that routes the music as well. And it was turned on. I don't know why. I just muted it. You guys hear that? I gotta go. Hold on. Okay. Fucking weird. I don't think it was an animal. I think it was my mini split. We'll see if it happens again. No, it's not my birthday. My birthday was last week. I didn't tell anybody because I don't like celebrating. I saw more wildlife yesterday in a single day than I think maybe I've ever seen in my entire life. I saw wild otters in the river. I saw herons. I saw ospreys. I saw egrets. I saw cranes. I saw whales off the coast. They came up into the shallow water and they were breaching. I saw seals. Oh my god, what else? I saw alpacas, I saw goats, I saw a bison. The bison was in a barn, but fuck, what else did I see? I saw a ton of deer. I saw deer like 6 times yesterday. Deer were like everywhere. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. The whales came into the bay, like where people were swimming. Like people were like on like surfboards and there were like whales next to them. Like they came in so shallow. I've never seen them come in that shallow. No, it's just where I live in Massachusetts, here in New England. There's whales in the ocean here, but they're usually out in deeper water. You usually have to take a boat out to go see them. They don't usually come into the harbor where like people are swimming and like paddleboarding and shit. Very weird. I went to the beach and I went to a dog-friendly beach and the seals were like 40 feet off the beach. Like the dogs were like aware of the seals. They were like trying to run and get them because they were like, there's something out there that looks like a dog. Yeah, whales are cool. Yeah, I mean, I think anybody would feel somewhat vulnerable if they were swimming next to a creature that was like, 100 times the size of them. You're fine, Luis. I have to apologize.
Okay.
Let's do some. Let's do some changes here. What did it touch on? I forgot me and Dave even did the night stream last week. Man, my memory this week is garbage. There's too much going on. Later, Steven. Good seeing you.
Okay.
Gonna be done with your style of art? Yeah, of course it can. It's gonna be through a filter of, like, it's a comic book version of the aesthetic, but you can absolutely achieve it. I think the best way to try and do it would be to do some studies of, like, Legend, like Ridley Scott's Legend. Like, do some studies of the characters in your style. Like, you know, treat them like character sheets if you got hired to do an adaptation of Legend as a comic. And then, you know, do some scenes. Like him in his weird, like, you know, evil ballroom with, like, the magic mirror he steps out of and all that stuff. Like, draw some, you know, try to capture the palette Like, if you ever see those TikToks or those reels that do, like, you know, the colors of Angel's Egg or the colors of Inception, and they, like, have the swatch. Like, go to one of those scenes and find the 6 primary colors he's using. And, like, start developing a swatch for, like, okay, what does the lighting in an 80s movie make the colors look like? How do I get that kind of muddy, lived in, you know, desaturated film feeling? Like, just start building swatches of, like, okay, here's this, here's this, here's this. Here's what armor looks like in this kind of movie. Here's what this looks like. I think you can absolutely achieve it. And remember, AI is not achieving it, it's just regurgitating it. It's giving you something that looks like it because you're feeding it the thing it's imitating. So, like, just do that for yourself. You know, just start developing a bunch of stuff based on that stuff, and the stuff coming out the other end will look a lot like it. Yeah, a lot of Ridley Scott stuff is, it's just, I don't know. The lighting does a ton of the work. Yeah. Ridley Scott in the 80s was the master of world building. I'd highly recommend watching The Duelists as well. But Legend is like, you know, there's scenes that are lit only with, like, fire. And there's other scenes that are, like, very, very blown out and over the top on purpose. And, like, I don't know. There's scenes, he just packs his scenes with so much stuff. He does it in Alien, too. Where, like, there's so much detail on the ship. And, like, then he'll just turn the lights off. And it's like, okay, this is what this would look like because it's literally the thing. He built it, and then he just turns the lights off. He's not, though. He's not. His new movies don't. He hasn't. When's the last time he world built something? Napoleon's not world building. Prometheus was okay, but it was mostly the world building he set up in Alien, so it's not like a new thing he world built. He's just, you know, using that old thing. What was the last world he, like, created? Because Gladiator's just... I mean, he's still a really good art director. He's still a really good art director. Like, his, like, Gladiator, the art's amazing. Napoleon, the art's all really, really good. Like, he has a really good eye for design. But the world building... Covenant was just kind of more of the same from the Alien universe, though. But when's the last, like, new thing he made? New thing. Like, new world. I'm trying to think of the worlds he's built. So he built Alien, obviously. He built Legend. He built Blade Runner. He built Baby's Day Out. Fictional New York. Just kidding. What else? Is it just those three? Because the rest are like historical things. Like Kingdom of Heaven is based on, you know, actual armor and shit from the real world. So is Napoleon. So is Gladiator. He did some really cool art direction choices with, like, you know, Tigress of Gaul and like other beautiful looking things that he put in the movie that are like elevated versions of the history. Might not be entirely historically accurate, but they look really cool. But art direction's different than world building. Ryan, you should look at more Adrian Smith art. His stuff is a little more cartoony, but his colors really capture that 80s feeling. His stuff feels very organic and very like, it has that same kind of like grit. I think I showed you his Mordred board game art. But he's done tons of stuff. I can't remember the name of the Viking one he did. It was called like Blood something. Blood Clash, or I don't even know. Blood Rage. I think you need Blood Rage. I think that's the name of the game. Yeah, I think if you did your type of drawings, Ryan, and you rendered it kind of like Adrian does with those muted palettes, and then you know, just did some studies of like how Ridley Scott armors people or dresses scenes, I think you could get something close to what you're going for. I think if you did, if you want to avoid the comic book feeling, I think the way to do it is to have clean line art like you already do, and then to paint the inside of the characters, not do flats. Or at least make some textured brushes that look like you painted the insides of the characters. Like if the characters feel like, I don't know, you want to avoid that animation look where it's like, okay, here's my character art, it's a line, it's really clean line art. Here's a flat of the color they're wearing, and here's a gradient. Like here's the shadow, here's the highlight on a gradient. You want to avoid that because that feels very comic book, it feels very expected, it feels very cel shady in a way. I think if you did, here's my clean line art, and then you did a flat either with a textured brush or you laid in a texture on top of it, and then you kind of, I'm gonna have to draw this real quick. It's easier to draw than to explain. If you had your line art and you're like, okay, here's my character's, you know, armor and his shoulder pads, you know, I'll do it quick, just a flat thing. If you had your clean line art here, okay, here's your line art. If you did your flats, let's say, I'll drop the opacity way down. Here's my flats, okay. I've got my flat color in here. If you then hit this thing with a textured brush or you laid in a texture manually, and then you went in and you selected your line art in certain spots on the outside, and you just on a transparent brush just kind of carved into the shadows and carved into the highlights just a little bit to make that edge feel more organic and less flat. Only in places that are close to the camera for emphasis, you can let the thing kind of distance itself. Like, let's say this shoulder here is further away. Don't do it on this one, but carve the edge in with some texture brushes over here. I think it'll start to feel the way you're thinking. The stuff just needs more. It needs muted colors. It needs a little bit of organic texture. And then I think the final thing you could do is like what Jaw Cooper does, or like what Dave did with Starville, where you duplicate the line art on a separate layer after, and then you slightly offset it to give it like a blur, like a little bit of like a. It feels almost like like a mistake, but it's intentional. That little bit of like almost like film grain blur. I think if you did those, it would probably work really well. Well, my dog just threw up. I'll be right back. Eiley, what's going on, girl? Oh, ew. What did you eat? What is that? Hey. Okay. Had an art test for a film poster company where everything was just clean at the eye and make it look good. Turned me off to work on them. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that. Especially the lower end companies. People that can't afford artists, there's gonna be a lot of that going around. They probably don't pay well, I'm guessing, because if they did, they would just hire an artist. I mean, I guess it depends what your definition of well is, but yeah. In Discord, under whips. Take a look. Yeah, that's getting closer. I think, all right, let me Let me grab this. Okay, so what I would do, all the textures of the light color and the shoulders and stuff look good. What I would do if you want to get rid of that comic book feeling, I don't have a textured brush loaded that I feel comfortable using, so I'm just going to use my hard round. Sorry. Just imagine this is a textured brush. I would probably start taking your dark blacks and sort of blending them in. Like, you can keep an area of dark black, but like the black line is so stark that it instantly reads as comic book. Like, I would probably start doing something sort of like this. Just on the edge with a textured brush, even if it's just 2 strokes really quick. Like, you know, I'm just gonna take this black, I'm going to do this. Like, pretend this is a textured brush, I'm gonna kind of wrap the form over here where the shadow would be, and then I'm gonna do a second one that's just kind of like sketchy and like rough, you know? Because you want it to be darker. That's the thing, is like, to get that 80s look, you want to like obscure more. It's got to be like more textured and kind of darker. So like on this edge over here, I'd probably do something like this, just to take that black line and make it less of like a line. Just kind of like wrap the form a little bit. Like, let me think actually. I think I know exactly who you should look at. I think I know exactly the dude for you to look at. Yes. Yes, it's exactly what I was thinking of. Let me find a good example. Alright, here we go. Sorry, this image is not great. You should be looking at Katsuya Terada's stuff from Wizardry. So he does everything with just like a line drawing and then like markers and like some wash. But see how he wraps the blacks into the muscles? See how that looks? That's what you want to go for. Taking the dark edge of the muscles and like pulling it in, blending it into the form a little bit more is what you want to do. And then the textures and all the stuff will sing a little bit better. Let me see if I can find a better example of Terada. Man, I love Terada. Come on, we love him. The GOAT. Yeah, here we go. This is a good one too. If you look at his wizardry stuff, like look at this dude back here. Like, this is monochromatic, and it feels more like an 80s Ridley Scott movie, because so much of it is dark, and he's taking the black line on the edge. Like, look at the edge of the muscles and his back and the shield. He's taking that black line and he's wrapping it into the form. That's what you should do. Don't be afraid of that. Just bring that harsh edge in and wrap everything. You could make a brush to do it. You could make masks to do it. You could do it with a selector. But yeah. Have you ever art directed? Yeah, but only on a couple small indie things. I've never done art directed a big project. But yeah, so like if you're going Terada mode on this, you'd probably bring the shadow in over here like this. Or, let me see here. I'm trying to get your light source right. I kind of see where your light source is. So yeah, I would do a subtle one over here because your light source is kind of coming from this direction, and I'd like probably make it sort of like this, and then over here I would make it much thicker on this side, something like that. Over here, probably almost lose that completely. Get that in. Something like this down here. It can be really quick. Like if this was a textured brush, this would already look done. It's just because I'm using a hard round, it looks kind of goofy. In the head, trap that. Let that so the eye pops. You know, like just lose more. Take those black lines and just pull them in more. But yeah. Yeah, I would do that. It'll start to feel more 80s when you do that because it's going to be darker and more textured. And then you can play with some like film grain effects if you want to like make the whole thing feel more like a cell from like an old Lost movie. But yeah, that's probably what I would do is look at that Terrata wizardry art. Ugh. If you're drawing in clip, I think you can make it so each character that you draw becomes its own like selected vector, right? And then you could just select the whole thing's outline of the character and then just like make a huge textured brush and bring it in from one side and just erase out the parts that are, you know, facing the light. There's probably some really fast ways to do it in clip. Yeah, it's basically what Marco is doing in his paintings. The difference is that Terrata only does it selectively, so it still reads as like a hand-drawn thing. It still has like a comic book kind of aesthetic when Terrata does it. When Marco does it, it's the beginning of creating a fully rendered form. Like he does that and then he keeps going until it looks actually three-dimensional, which is too much work for a comic book probably. Definitely, depending how much money you're getting paid for the comic, but yeah. The other thing you could do if you wanted to is like what Dave's doing with his Veil spin-off of Star Veil that he's been working on is instead of doing clean pen and ink lines the way you're doing them now, you could find a brush that looks like chalk or pencil or an oil painting brush. And you could make it feel more organic and filmic like that because the drawings would have a little more grit and grain. You could try that. That might add a lot of that feel to it. Like the guy who does, I don't know, you could try to like, if you want to keep it more clean, you could maybe imitate the guy who does like Vagabond. I'd probably, if you're going for like a Ridley Scott 80s thing though, I'd probably go for like a chalkier, grittier brush. But yeah. No problem, man. Oh man, I can't wait for this to be done so I can go to clip and never come back. Oh. Oh, I'm so excited to clip it up. Yeah, you gotta find something that works for you. Or you could do something meta, which is very bold, where as the story begins, things look a certain way, and as the story progresses, things get darker and the style changes. You could do like, you know, as the world gets darker, the style could get darker. If you want to go for like a form and function, like meta thing. Kind of like how in Excalibur, the world is kind of beautiful in the beginning, and at the end it's fucking gross. You could do that with the style, not just the substance. I've seen things do that. I can't think of what they are off the top of my head. Where like a comic starts with like a kid, and the world looks the way a kid would perceive it, and as the kid grows up, the style gets more mature and dark. I've definitely seen it done. I cannot think of where I've seen it though. Yeah, dude. I'm on my third month of painting this. Really good. I mean, we're closer than you think. This is gonna it's gonna feel unfinished, and then suddenly it's gonna be finished. I really got fucked on my schedule earlier this month though, with all the family shit. Getting sick didn't help either, but those feel like excuses, so I'm not going to blame those. I'm going to blame myself and just try to get this done as fast as I possibly can. My priorities right now, in order of most important to least important, are staying consistent at the gym and losing more weight. That's number one. That's higher than any of my art goals. Number two is getting our third Steve book completely finished for the Kickstarter, which is why whenever Dave wants to write, I don't stream. That's the priority. Number three is finishing this, and number four is building a new portfolio of personal work. So that is the goal. The goals right now in Ascendance. That's where my attentions are. Nothing is important enough for me to skip gym days. Nothing's important enough for me to start ordering food. That is the most important goal. Number two is writing our book. I'll be back to full day streams every day once the book's done though. But then we're gonna have to finish the art, and I don't think I might stream some of that for like the chapters we release as previews. I might stream that. But yeah, that's gonna be a big block of time as well. I'm probably gonna have to break my day into sections for that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, the weight loss has been good. 80 pounds in 8 months is good. I'll take it. talked to Dave about that yet. I don't know how much we're gonna share. I don't know if he's gonna stream any inking, and I don't know if I'm gonna stream any coloring. I don't know. We might just not share it at all. I have no clue. Okay, this isn't that detailed on the previous one. It's just that horn, though. That horn was kind of goofy. That's pretty. It's not bad. Okay. It's pretty good. Be right back, chat. We are listening to this. I am so sorry. Oh boy, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to deafen you. I bet that ruined your relaxation. Holy shit. Ooh. That's actually hilarious. Having a sneeze attack in the middle of lo-fi beats to hip-hop relax to. Oh. Ugh. Good lord. Good lord. That was some sneezing. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's get back to this bullshit. I do have to figure out this statue at some point. Alright, so we're gonna have some creepy crawly vines coming up here. Coming up here like this. Okay. Kind of reaching for that little charm. Ugh. Do you guys think Silk Song's ever gonna come out? I want it. I want it so bad. This feels incorrect. Alright, hold on. There's the center. That's why it feels incorrect. Because it's off fucking center. Alright. I haven't gotten desperate enough to do this on stream yet, but sometimes when I'm having a hard time focusing on work, I put on Let's Plays with no commentary, like long plays of like Ocarina of Time or something that feels familiar, and I just listen to the sounds and the music in the background. But I feel like if I did that live, it would annoy the fuck out of people, so I haven't done it yet. Alright. I'll try it. I'll save this playlist just in case. Boy, that Boys finale was so good. The Boys is getting... I don't know. I'm glad they're ending it, so it's going to end on a high note. But man, this season of The Boys was good. All right. I gotta get new headphones. Oh, I gotta get new headphones. Starting with link stream. I never read the Boys comics, but the ending of this season of the show was fucking great. I wonder what the ethics are on YouTube of me putting a screen in the bottom corner of the Let's Play if it's not my Let's Play. It's like a long play, but there's no commentary. It's just footage of the game being played. Like there's no transformative use of the gameplay. So like, would that be stealing someone's content? I don't know. I feel like it would be. Like, I feel like it's probably something I shouldn't do, but having it down in the corner for people to watch might be fun. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. This channel has had like content ID strikes for like music, which don't delete your account, but I've never had a copyright strike. You only get 3 of those. So I'm not sure how it works. Oh yeah. Does YouTube not let you do pop-out videos? Really, YouTube? No pop-out videos, huh? Really, YouTube? It's okay, we're just gonna listen. If it gets annoying, just tell me and I'll shut it off. This works for me, but it doesn't mean it works for streaming. What's up, shut up? Hit me with your question. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Zelda fan. I set Navi as my ringtone for a while, you know. Anytime I'd get a text, she'd say, hey. You know. Bit of a Hyrule enthusiast. Do I remember a video I did 11 years ago about doing freelance? Was it called Freelance Talks Getting Through the Middle, featuring myself and Dave Raposa? Because that is the most popular video discussion me and Dave have ever done. I do know that one. I get more comments and emails about that one to this day than any other talk we've ever done. So yes, I do know that one. That was a dark day. A truly dark day. If it's a different video, then maybe I remember it. I don't know. Depends what I talked about. I was dramatic about it because it felt. I mean, I wasn't acting in that. Me and Dave were just having a heart-to-heart conversation. Yeah, that was rough. In the beginning, you don't make a ton of money, and I was living on my own. I had to pay a bunch of bills. You know, it was debts were stacking up, and things were not being able to. You know, I couldn't afford certain things, and it was very stressful to find enough work, and it destroyed my social life because I had to grind to make enough money to keep living, and you know, I wasn't able to hang out with friends. It fucked up all my romantic relationships. Like, girls I was dating at the time were like, "You spend too much time working. I don't want to, like, you know, I feel like you're ignoring me." And it, you know, it ended a lot of things in my life at the time. So there was a lot of sacrifices going on. That same week that we had that talk, Dave had just gotten out of a long relationship at the same, also because, you know, he was also going through a crazy freelance grind at the time where he was beginning to segue out of doing low-paying freelance, you know, gig work. Like, let's do a Magic the Gathering card here, or let's do a Pathfinder, you know, illustration over here. He was segueing out of that into doing the movie work that started getting him better paying jobs for advertising companies. And those advertising jobs were eating his whole schedule. He wasn't sleeping. He was ordering, you know, thousands of dollars of delivery and takeout because he didn't have time to cook. His health was falling apart. He was pulling like 48-hour binge sessions of painting. And yeah, his, you know, relationship at the time fell apart that same week, and it was just really, really bad. It was bad time for both of us. But the whole point of it was that, like, we wanted to talk about it because back then our whole thing was everybody glamorized being an artist. Everybody was, you know, social media was just starting to become the meta, no pun intended. And everybody was like, you know, glamorizing this whole thing of being an artist and making it, and, you know, like, I'm so blessed. And it's like, yeah, it's great, and it's awesome to do something you love, but, like, there's a lot of fucking hard work and sacrifice that goes into it that nobody was talking about at the time, because I think nobody wanted to complain and nobody wanted to seem like they couldn't hack it, so they just never talked about it. So me and Dave talked about that shit all the time, and that was definitely the most popular discussion about it, because, you know, I don't think most artists are comfortable going on a live stream and being like, yeah, I love art, but it ruined my relationship. Or like, yeah, yo, I love painting all the time, but also this girl I'm seeing fucking hates me because I don't have time to take her out on dates, and I'm not making enough money off my freelance to get her nice things. So yeah, you know, no one's gonna say that, but there's a truth to it that, you know, freelance is it's a slow burn. You gotta rub the sticks together for a really long time before you get a flame. And then when you get the flame, you have to really nurture the flame for a long time to make sure it catches. And, like, you know, if you're not willing to really sit there for probably a solid 5 years in the beginning, minimum, and really get your career going, if you're not willing to put in like 5 years of like, I'm just gonna do this all the time, you're probably not gonna be able to do it. That doesn't mean you can't make a career in art. You could get a studio job somewhere, or you could find something else that's a little more stable. But if you're freelancing and you have to like set yourself apart and, like, you know, not have any benefits or insurance or anything, like, if you're just trying to be self-reliant completely, it's gonna take, you know, minimum probably 5 years, unless you're very lucky to get that off the ground and build something that's gonna last. But yeah, that's what that discussion was. I wasn't trying to be dramatic. I wasn't overplaying anything for the camera. It was a very frank discussion because I had very strong feelings for a girl that I had known basically my whole life, who I didn't know also had feelings for me. And that week, we tried dating for like a month, and it was right during the worst part of my freelance development. And there was a night she showed up at my place unexpected and wanted to hook up. And I wanted to, but I had a deadline the next day, and I was freaking out because I was like, can I do both? Can I not do both? And even the indecision, the split-second indecision in my mind of, do I want to risk missing this deadline and potentially getting fired by Pathfinder, or do I want to hook up, was enough for her to be like, I don't think your heart's fully in this, so I'm going to go. And that really fucked me up, but it is what it is. I'm here now. Things worked out okay. But, yeah, it's completely torched that relationship. You know? That's not something a romantic partner wants to hear, is like, I'm real, you know, it's great you showed up unannounced to surprise me and this is awesome, but also, I gotta deliver these orcs by 8 a.m. You know? No one wants to hear that. So, you know. But yeah, it was rough. You know, I don't think it's easy for anybody in the very beginning. And then, you know, it starts to get easier. The reason why that one's called Getting Through the Middle is because in the beginning, when you get your first commissions and people are finally paying you for art, you're like, this is amazing. I'm actually doing it. I'm making my dream come true. This is incredible. And you coast off that high for like a year, maybe two. And then you start to realize that, like, okay, I'm plateauing a little bit. My rates aren't super improving quick enough, and I'm kind of just doing the same kinds of work over and over and over again for the same kinds of companies. And is this going to be it, or can I push on to a higher tier of stuff? More creative freedom, more money, whatever that is for you that you want. And that's the middle, because then you have to take this, the initially rewarding feeling of I'm finally getting money for my art, that fuels you for a long time. But then you go, okay, this isn't a sustainable lifestyle. I'm not making enough money per job, so I have to min-max and do tons of jobs. So how do I get to higher paying work or more freedom or whatever it is? And that is the part where you have to really grind and dedicate yourself, because you have to, number one, make enough money to survive, and number two, run a secondary program in your brain where you're trying to become a new person, a new artist in the background while you're paying the bills. And that is the middle. That's where, like, you don't have time to go to the bar and hang out with your friends. That's when you don't have time to be going on dates for most people. That's where you don't have time to really do anything other than hit your deadlines while also building a portfolio for the new things you want to do. For me, at the absolute peak insanity, I was working at a Hasbro outsourced studio on the Transformers movies, doing marketing artwork. I had to deliver one completely rendered image at 10,000 pixels, 450 DPI, that was detailed enough to be blown up and put on the side of a building. I had to deliver one of those a week. That was the deadline. One Transformer a week, fully rendered, good to go. I was also working for Pathfinder, doing probably 20 to 30 images a month. I was also working for a miniatures Kickstarter, doing one miniature design a day, so 7 a week. And I was also working for a Dungeons & Dragons outsourced company called Characters by Level, doing portraits. And me and Dave were also starting to write a webcomic, which turned out to become our Steve Lichman books. All of that was happening at the same time. I was getting 4 hours of sleep a night. I was waking up at 6 in the morning, going to the studio early, working for 3 hours till 9. 9 to 5 was Transformers. 5 to about 1 or 2 in the morning was freelance work at the studio. Then I would drive home, I'd eat something, I'd go to bed, I'd wake up again. And that was every day for about 8 months. And at the end of that, I basically never wanted to do art again. But that was when our 8 months. Yeah, 8 months of that. And then at the end of that, our Steve Lichman comics were starting to get traction. And people were starting to ask us, hey, are you guys going to do a book? You guys should do a book. And we were like, fuck it, let's do a book. Oh, also, I forgot. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. On top of that, me and Dave were also trying to make Skull and Shark happen, which was our first comic we didn't end up doing. So we were also writing a comic in the background on top of that. I totally forgot. And I was also live streaming, and I was also doing, I was also teaching. I forgot about that too. All this was happening at the same time. I was teaching online courses for art camp, and I was also writing a comic with Dave. So yeah, at the end of that, I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. This, like, I was underslept. I was only getting like 4 hours a night. Sometimes I was getting nothing. I wasn't eating, or I was binging. I would like not eat for like 3 or 4 days at a time, literally. I'd be surviving on like black coffee and whatever the studio gave me. And then some nights on the way home, I would stop and I would just gorge on Chinese food in East Boston because it was the only stuff open late enough that when I got out of the studio at 3 in the morning, I could get something. And then, you know, I gained like 100 pounds that year, literally 100 pounds, not exaggerating. I gained 100 pounds that year from not eating and then binge eating and then not sleeping. The stress just packed the weight on. And then at the end of it, I was like, yeah, it was my first year making over $100,000. It was my first year where I made like 6 figures. And I was like, this is great, but no. This isn't what I want to do. I thought it was, you know, I thought this is what I wanted to do, but this is not what I want to do. So then, you know, for a while, I just was kind of, I didn't really know what I wanted to do with art anymore. Because I was like, okay, well, I don't know. It's not that. I could have gone, I got a few studio offers to go work on a couple video games. I turned those down because I didn't want to move to San Francisco. And I didn't want to move to LA. Yeah, then we did our Steve book, and thank God that Steve book made almost $400,000 the first time. Between the PayPal and the Kickstarter. So that was enough money for me to go like, okay, I'm going to step back a bit and focus on this and try to figure out if I can learn how to enjoy art again in the background because I'm not enjoying it anymore. And yeah, that's kind of what happened. But that's also when I stopped, this is the flip side of that, it's also when I stopped improving. For a while, when I got out of college and when I was streaming every day for 14 hours, I was getting much better at art really quick because I was studying in the morning and then I was doing freelance work and I was streaming like, you know, 10 hours a day. And in the beginning, I was improving like crazy and it was really, really satisfying to see that kind of growth. And then when I started getting all the crazy work and when I did that 8-month binge of like, you know, nothing but work, you know, I was able to get all my deadlines done and my work was getting better and it looked really good, but I was fucking miserable. And but when I stopped that, when I stepped back and I was like, I'm not gonna do this anymore, my art stagnated pretty hardcore. And that's kind of a hole I'm still climbing out of to this day, is like, you know, my skill level for wearing that in my career should probably be a lot higher than it is. I should be a lot faster and I should be a lot better at painting. But as a result of kind of just not continuing that death march, I just didn't get very good. Which is weird. It sucks to have that feeling of like I should be better than I am. And because you know, I could be. I know I could be. Because I know how to get better at art. I've done it in the past. But, yeah, I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't live that lifestyle anymore. And, yeah, I don't know. It was just weird. But yeah, that's why we had that freelance getting through the middle talk. It's just because, hoo boy, was that a wild ride. What was that feeling like when you Kickstarter made $400,000? The first Kickstarter, after it crossed $100,000, me and Dave were on the phone for the first like 6 hours of that Kickstarter, talking the whole time about like, I can't, because it made its goal in like under an hour. We were like, what the fuck is happening? And then it just kept climbing and climbing and climbing, and we were like, what? And I remember that night, I'm not ashamed to admit this, I sat down and I put on the song Tarzan Boy on repeat, and I got drunk and danced in my living room in my apartment, and then I started crying, and then I laid down on the couch and I cried for like an hour because I didn't realize how much financial stress I was repressing in my brain. I was just like shoving it back because I was like, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I just have to grind. I gotta work. I gotta grind. And suddenly when I saw the numbers coming in and I knew that I was gonna be okay, my brain just kind of let the stress go, and then it all just flooded out at once, and it just completely overwhelmed me. But yeah, that was a good feeling. Yeah, that was a lot. Yeah. So anyway. Why Tarzan Boy? Cause, I don't know, Dave introduced me to that song when we were in Bali. I'd never heard it, really. I mean, I'd heard it in, like, a movie it was in. Oh, whoa, whoa. I've heard it on, like, You're the Man Now, Dog, like, ancient names. But, yeah, I don't know. At that point in time, it was like a meme between me and Dave. It was just, like, something we sang for some reason. I don't really know how it started. It just became a song that we would sing a lot to each other. I don't know why, but yeah. And then the day after that, I remember distinctly, I called the homemade pasta shop down the street. I lived in Bristol, Rhode Island, and I called the homemade pasta shop down the street, and I ordered all my favorite things they had, and then I watched the entire first season of Penny Dreadful in one sitting, and I don't think I got off the couch the whole day. I just, like, I was completely overwhelmed by the stress leaving my body, and I just had a crash day. And, yeah. And then we got back to work. And then I had to record an audiobook. So, yeah, then I started the audiobook. Yeah, I don't know why people don't talk about the hard parts of it more, Ryan. I'm glad it helped you. It was just at this weird time where, like, I don't know. Everyone, I'm not going to name names, but everyone I knew who was like an art influencer was just like, I'm so blessed, you know, to have this amazing opportunity to do my dream and make money. And it's like, yeah, but also, when's the last time you got laid, dude? When's the last time you went out and had fun? When's the last time you, like, felt like you weren't throwing your 20s into a fucking black hole? Like, can we talk about that a little bit? Like, I'm sure you're blessed and you're feeling good, but, like, there's a cost. Can we talk about the cost? Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I still think it's worth doing. I think any good thing comes from sacrifice. But it's very weird to be in a room and everybody, you know, everyone can smell smoke, but nobody wants to say, like, do you smell smoke? Like, it's just very weird to have this weird, like, nobody talk about it. Nobody talk about how lonely we all are. Like, I don't know. Nobody talk about how financially stressed we are. Shut up. Just shut up, smile, talk about how blessed you are. Like, I don't, it's very weird. Yeah, there's multiple audiobooks. both of our books have audiobooks that accompany the comics. That the first one has me and Dave in it, and then in the second one, to save time, me and Dave realized that our voices sound similar enough that I could just do all of it and it would save time. I mean, back then, here's the thing, Rails. 10 years ago, it was a lot different than it is today. There are ways to make a living as an artist now that were not available back then because of what social media has become so quickly. Like, an artist like Lauren Marks or like Jock Cooper or like any of these fine artists who I love their work and I have it hanging in my home and I love them. That was not super possible before Instagram and Twitter like really took off. Like being able to find an audience that's your audience and sell prints directly to them to make enough money to make a living was not really something anyone could do before social media allowed them to do it, because the way you built a fan base before those things was hoping someone saw your work somewhere or going to conventions or like trying to get your work in store. Like it was very, very hard. But now, especially with Instagram, you can just do work that you enjoy. You don't even have to go chase commissions. You can just make work that you like, try to find your audience, and make like 6 figures a year easy off of just like selling stuff directly to your people. Like people like Von Art. I can't remember his name, Von Art. I love him. He does the pencil with the gold leaf stuff, kind of like Jon Lossel. People like that weren't able to make a living before social media took off. They had really beautiful work, but like unless an art director saw it and gave you like, you know, book work or something, like novel covers, they weren't making enough money to like, you know, that's why you never saw that kind of stuff before. Like very, very rarely. But now it's so much easier to build an audience and find people that like your work. Like so much easier. So the struggles we went through back then, you know, they're relevant in the sense that it's universal to starting any personal business and pushing yourself. Like there's going to be a kind of hero's journey element to that no matter what era you're in, because it takes a lot of discipline. But it is so much easier now. Like if I had Instagram and like all that shit back then to the way it is today, oh my god, I would have just been doing personal work the whole time. Now it's really about just like, back then there was a big element of like, how do I get people who can pay me to see my work? Like whether or not you quote unquote made it kind of depended on who saw you. Like who could see you that could elevate your career. Like, oh, you know, if the right art director sees my stuff, I could have a career. Like it was all about getting in front of the one person who could like invite you up the ladder. That was kind of how it all worked back then. But now it's just, I just gotta find people that like my stuff enough to contribute to a Patreon or like buy a print. And like, you can just make money making art on Patreon if you have enough people that like your work and wanna, you know, find a couple hundred people that wanna give you a couple bucks a month and your bills are paid, you know? But, yeah. I'm so glad it's not like, I guess the term would be gatekeeping. There was a lot of gatekeeping back then. Not in the, like, sexist, well, also in the sexist sense, because that's still an issue to some degree. It was much, much worse the further back you go on the timeline. But gatekeeping in the sense of, like, oh, you want to work for this company? Well, this person has to see your work and go, oh, you know, I think I'll let them in the door. Like, there were literal gatekeepers. There were like, oh, you want to work for Tor Books? Irene Gallo has to see your portfolio. You got to get it in front of her and she has to like it. Like, there were literal, like, you had to target individual people to even get the work you wanted to get. Now it's like, I have an Instagram following with this many people, and like, I'm making good money, and I don't even need to work for that company, but it would be cool if I did. and they're probably gonna hire me because now it's like a mutually beneficial thing. Like, they're gonna sell more books if the artist who does the cover has 100,000 followers. So they're interested in finding people that have their own audience. It used to be the artist wanted to do the book cover because it would expose more people to their art. Now it's symbiotic. Now it's mutually beneficial, where the artist is going to get their work in front of an audience that hasn't seen them, but also the author is going to get their book seen by the artist's following, which might be as big or sometimes even bigger. So that's a really cool switch. Oh my god, listening to Zelda gameplay is so good for my flow state. Ooh. Oh! Oh. Oh my god, I think we're fighting Goma. Listen how satisfying these sounds are. Man, what a vibe. I know the music in Ocarina of Time is universally beloved, but I don't think the sound effects get enough praise. Listen to how good that is. There's something so satisfying about the compressed sound effects and all the tricks they used to make them sound so cool. Man, art with limitations really does squeeze out more ingenuity. Stuff is so much cooler when people, like, graphics before HD had so much more style. And sounds before, like, CD quality music had so much more innovation to trick people into thinking they, like, sounded really, really cool. Man. That art out of adversity meme is probably the truest meme of all. Listen to that thunder. So good. Oh, this song is so good. Man. I think we're gonna do this. I think this is the new meta for a while, guys. I think we're gonna listen to Ocarina of Time playthroughs, Final Fantasy VII playthroughs. I think we're gonna maybe do this. This is like, I don't know what kind of ADHD my brain has, but this is like exactly what I need. Yeah, this is the secret sauce. My favorite thing about this song is at the end when, right here, when it starts to play the Link to the Past. Yeah. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. So good. I remember once in college, I had a friend named Julia who might be listening to this. Shout out if you are, Julia. Some asshole guy she was dating cheated on her and broke up with her, and she was like inconsolably sad. And I was like, what used to make you happy as a kid? I was like, let's list everything out. What used to make you happy when you were like a little kid? And she was like, I used to watch my brother play Ocarina of Time, and I would curl up on the couch next to him, and I thought it was so cool. And I was like, all right. So got a group of our close friends together, ordered some food, went to my apartment. I lived in this big loft, and I had a projector because the ceilings were 25 feet high. I had a projector hooked up, so my one wall was like a movie screen because the wall was so fucking huge. And I put beanbags on the floor, and we played Ocarina of Time the whole night on the wall, and it was just a very fun experience. It was very, very good. A very good night. Oh, Vagrant Story would be a good one. Those 90s Square Enix soundtracks are just... Ooh. Final Fantasy 9, even 8. They all sound really good. The thing I like about this is no song overstays its welcome because the person's constantly playing the game. The songs don't get repetitive because the sound effects are constantly interrupting the music. Everything moves at a really good pace. Things are always constantly changing. It feels nostalgic because it's all familiar because it played the game. it's long. I don't have to go and find other playlists and stuff and change the track because it's gonna go for 13 hours. It's just it's just hitting. It just works so well. It just works so well. It just lets my mind not worry about what the fuck I'm listening to. What's up, Cody? Caleb, yeah. Yeah, too much PTSD. I realize I've had my camera off this whole time. But no one complains, maybe I'll turn it off again. You can't see me, chat. Now I can really relax. I don't have to worry about how puffy my hair looks from going to the fucking beach all day. Oh, jeez. All right. Video of me cutting my beard. That's a. I almost unironically said that's a deep cut, not intending to be a pun. But I caught myself. I caught myself. Doop doop boop boop boop. Yeah, I hear you, Terg. You should do a Visit Kaled postcard, and you should put this bird on it. Should get him on there. He looks like he's having a good time, right? Or this dog. You could do the dog. Oh my god. What a banger. Well, it's already over. Be right back, chat. It is Malekith, yeah. It's Malekith. As far as I know, it's Malekith. I'm just keeping an eye on some bank stuff that I have a funny feeling is gonna tank this week. I'll be back on stream in just a second. I just want to make sure this isn't gonna like blindside me and fuck up my week. Alright, here. I'm not playing the DLC until this piece is done. That's my promise to myself. I have enough distractions with everything going on as it is. I want to play it. My client wants me to play it too. The one I'm doing this piece for. They've already beaten it. But I would not feel good taking time out of my schedule to play anything right now, knowing that this is not done. So. Also, like, my art director at Meatbun, who I do these paintings with, we're friends on PSN. We play Diablo together sometimes, where we used to before I was doing this painting, and like, I would feel very weird. I don't think he would care. Like, he's a very chill guy. I don't think he would give a shit if he logged on and saw me playing it, but like, I would feel weird knowing that I hadn't delivered this yet. And he's like, oh, looks like Dan's playing Elden Ring. Like, you know, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just gonna wait. I'm sure the online community for the DLC will be strong all the way till Christmas. I always go in blind. I never look anything up. I already had the final boss spoiled for me, which sucks, but that's my fault. Someone uploaded a YouTube video with the final boss as the thumbnail, and it just popped on my feed, and I was like, oh, dope. Didn't want to see that, but here it is. Yeah, I was having a really good time with Blasphemous, and then I fucked up my Blasphemous playthrough. They locked me out of the good ending for doing something completely you know, there was no way for me to know that that would have been the case. So that was kind of weird. And then I stopped playing it. I really liked it though. Really, really good up to that point. But yeah, that was very strange. I was like, oh, almost feels like Player Hostile. It was very weird. But it also feels old school in a way that, you know, a Souls-like is probably trying to feel, so I get it. Classic games did that all the time, so... Dude, I wonder if the person playing this looked through the windows to see the portraits of Mario and Yoshi. I'm not gonna check. I trust that my network of friends that play those games, that if there's something brutal that like would fuck up my experience, they'll be like, hey, no spoilers, but you know, don't go to the waterfall right away, or like, you know, whatever the fuck it's gonna be. Yeah, the magic, like, the Kamehameha wave thing, whatever that thing's called, that just shoots the continuous beam, was so broken. That's what I loved what Miyazaki said when they were like, why don't you put an easy mode in these games? And he's like, there is. It's called, like, a different playstyle. There's already an easy mode in this game. It's like having a magic build and summoning friends to help you out and using NPC summons. You guys want to see a really cute photo of when I walked my friend's corgi through an old graveyard and it decided to stand up and touch one of the oldest graves in the entire United States? And instead of freaking out and pulling the dog off the grave, I took out my camera. There it is. There it is. I said, you know what? I'm gonna take a photograph of this. Because it's too fucking cute. And yeah, that might be damaging the grave. And yeah, I feel real bad, but damage done, bro. Very true. Music did fit the photo. Oh. All right, before I detail this any further, let's get rid of this. Let's see how that looks. I'm gonna stream till 5:30 or 6, so we got another 3 or 4 hours probably, unless me and Dave write. I don't know if we're writing today. If I get a call, it means we're writing. I don't know what his meetings are like. He's got some time-sensitive freelance. Do you guys know, is Sony Vegas free? What's the best, like, quick video editing software? Can't write on stream. Okay. I need a program that's easy to use that can take JPEGs and let me just put audio under them to do like a motion comic that's just still images. Nothing crazy. I don't need to use actual video. Oh my god, guys, we just learned Zelda's Lullaby. Oh my goodness. What will this song unlock on our adventure? What new possibilities will this melody give to us? Oh, fuck. Sorry, guys. It's my 2:30 crash. I had a long day yesterday. I had a long weekend, really. Actually, yeah, no wonder I'm fucking tired. I had a crazy couple days. Thursday, I started prep smoking the meat early for the baby shower I was hosting for a friend. Then Friday, I cooked all day and cleaned. And then I worked. And then I went to a beach down by Rhode Island, and I went for like a hike that was a couple miles. And then it was really late, and I got home at like midnight, went to bed at 1, got up at 3:30 in the morning, so I only slept for 2.5 hours. And then I had to start smoking all the other stuff and getting the food ready for the baby shower Saturday. And then I was up Saturday from 3:30 in the morning until midnight. And then I got up at 8 a.m. Sunday, and then I went to the beach, then another beach, and then a third beach. And then I was up till 3 last night, and then I got up at 10 today. I'm fucking cooked. I'm done. I am sleepy, guys. Oh, I'm sleepy. But I'm here. I'm here. We're working. You know how it is. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Showing a bit with intent when working on a piece. Like, I often make a random sketch and sort of read it like you would read clouds, and then I can make it look okay. I think that's fine. When having an actual idea and wanting to make that into an illustration, I'm having a lot of difficulty. When making an illustration, how much of the piece is premeditated and how much is discovered? I think, so here's the thing, okay? I will, can I even open both of these files at the same time? I don't even know if I can. Let's see. I'm gonna do the thing. Let's see if I can open both of these. I'm gonna show you. So here's this piece. Here's this crazy detailed piece. There's shit everywhere. Oh my god. There's things all over the place. Oh, it's so detailed. Oh my goodness. Look at it. Oh boy. Wow. Alright. Look at it. Good lord. Okay. Goodness. This was my sketch. This was my sketch. Here you go. There it is. Wow, you know. There you go. So yeah. That was my sketch. And then I discovered all this along the way. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's a perfectly valid process. I don't think the sketch for this one survived. I think I saved over it. Yeah, that could be like my version of how to draw a cat. Start with a circle. Draw the fucking cat. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, it's an owl. It's not a cat, it's an owl. Yeah. That answers the question. That's good. I'm glad. Most of my sketches for illustrations are just like shapes. Like, oh, these two big shapes would look cool together. And then I'll like add little like, yeah, there'll be a character here or a face or something. And then while I'm rendering it, I usually find most of it. Let me see if the sketch for this one exists still. I don't think it does. Maybe it does. No, I think it does actually. Okay, let's take a look. Look at that. There's the sketch for this one. I ended up reversing them. It was Melania on top and Radahn at the bottom. Those are his two swords, and those are her wings up top, her like hair wings. This was literally my sketch for this rot piece. I thought there'd be a rot flower in the middle. That changed later. Then I did this. This was my second one, where I went, okay, let's hammer it out a little bit more. Maybe I'll have some pests down here. Originally there was going to be the rot skull, barnacles up the side. I thought maybe some Halig tree architecture up top. That's, you know, started getting some idea, maybe a dead body under Radahn. Then I started tightening it up, and it's like, okay, that's all here. And then I got some feedback from the client, changed some things, started hammering it on, and then, you know, now we're here. But yeah, it started as this. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it's totally fine to feel like you're looking at clouds in the beginning. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I think that's totally fine. The thing that gave me the confidence to kind of start working that way was seeing James Jean's sketching process. Like if you go through his Fables book and you look at like the production sketches for his covers, like some of the ideas are just like shapes. It's just like, okay, stuff's gonna go here and here, and like super loose, rough drawings, and then like they translate into the final beautifully, but like they don't start as like finished pieces. Yeah, it's great. Fables book rules. I feel like it's his first book that he ever put out, and it's gonna be more art than I do in my entire lifetime. And he's done like 20 more books since then. It's a very humbling experience to look at his fucking portfolio of work. His process is different for every piece, so it's hard to say what his process is. Sometimes he just does everything traditional, sometimes he mixes traditional with digital, sometimes he projects onto canvas, sometimes he doesn't. It's very mixed media. For the Fable stuff, it was usually rough sketch, final sketch, then he would do a wash of like diluted ink onto the page it was on, or like very, very, very thinned out acrylic or watercolor. Then he would scan it, then he would adjust the colors, then he would print it out, then he would do the highlights and the shadows, usually with like raw umber and like titanium white or something. He would get colored pencils involved, then he would scan it again, then he would adjust the colors. It was like, it's a lot of ping-ponging on the Fable stuff. But then there are other ones where he would just do like, I think the one of the knight slaying the dragon, he would just do a really good pencil sketch and then do like an ink wash and then scan it and alter it and, done. There's a few that are just like 2 steps, and there's a few that are like 20 steps. It's the same with another one of my favorite illustrators, John Foster. John Foster starts his oil paintings, obviously on oil canvas or board. Then he scans them, tweaks them. Sometimes he prints them out and paints on top of them again, and it's like a ping pong game. My dog is fucking fast asleep, dude. She is so wiped out from the weekend. Partying and eating barbecue food and then going to the beach like 6 times in one weekend. She's so fried. I did have a very weird experience this weekend that made me want to start doing traditional drawing again. Where, at the baby shower, I was hosting for some friends. I think it was some kids came up into my workspace, which is fine. There's a lot of cool stuff up here to see. The library and all the armor and shit. And, someone, I don't know who, went through my box of my old drawings I did when I was in art school. And on the table, on my work table over there, all of my old pencil drawings and pencil studies and figure drawings were like spread out all over the table. And I came up here because I heard people talking and I didn't know if they were like looking at the books. And it was just a big group of people. It's like 20 people looking at all my old pencil drawings. And I was like, oh man, should probably start drawing with a pencil again. My traditional work is so much faster too, because I can't zoom in. Ugh. The zoom tool, my own personal albatross. When I was in high school, I only drew with ballpoint pen, and it was my favorite because if you made mistakes, you had to incorporate them into the drawing. I don't know why I ever stopped. Oh, I do know why I stopped. It's because clients didn't pay me money to draw with ballpoint pen. Ballpoint's great. Some of my favorite drawings I've ever done are in ballpoint pen. Someday, I'll revisit all this stuff I designed in high school and try to modernize it, make it look good. I mean, I actually think it does look. I like some of the designs I did for characters back then. They're very weird. I wouldn't mind redrawing some of them. race in this massive world I created based off a D&D campaign that just became a world building experiment when I was a kid. I had this race of cat people who, let's see if I can remember. Yeah, they had like kind of mustaches like this. I'll see if I can find some old drawings of them next time I'm poking around my old personal archive. They had little mouths there, little fangs. And then they had the mustaches and the little chin here. And they had, their eyes were kind of like this. Slightly bigger than cat eyes. They were like my version of like a Moogle from Final Fantasy, basically. And, they had these big eyebrows that kind of mimicked the mustache. They had whiskers, obviously. But they had these big, I'm trying to remember the whole culture I made for them. They lived on a special island, and they had these big ears. They kind of look like corgis, like the silhouette. They had these big ears, and then on the sides, it's gonna be hard to draw from this angle. On the sides of their ears, they wore nautilus shells. Kind of like this. So that the top of the nautilus shell was inside the ear, like that. And the whole idea was that they were like ocean worshippers because they lived on this island, and they thought that having the shells there next to their ears could let them like listen to what the ocean was telling them at all times. They had like little lynx eyebrow things that came up in the top like this. But yeah. Spitboy, what's happening is you're listening to a Zelda playthrough while I paint and also get distracted talking about characters I designed in high school. No, I like the world I built. It had a cool mythology, and it had a cool magic system. And it had like so many characters. Like 250 characters, I think. It's very, very weird. I should probably go find my reference photo for this statue and just render it. The new Hot D was great. Everything with Damon at Harrenhal is my fucking favorite. I love that plot line. I don't know where it's going. I'm so happy with it. It's like The Shining. It's like his version of The Shining. It's great. Suddenly very tired. Oh. my god, he's gonna dance. I don't know if I do. I'd have to go look. I haven't done concept in a long time. I'm not gonna lie. I'd have to go through my stuff. That's okay though. I haven't done concept art for quite a while. Oh, gotcha. I'm not looking for anything right now. I won't need work for the foreseeable because me and Dave are doing our next book. But yeah, I'm not looking for anything at the moment. Thank you though, I appreciate it. I'm gonna be busy till probably this time next year with our third book and my other freelance. Oh, is Dave streaming? Raggets. Yibbidi-bidoo. Yip-bidi-bidoo. read that as Dave screaming, Dan screaming Ryan's. You just said me and Ryan. What the hell? My brain. Maybe I'm just too sleepy. Maybe I'm just too fucking sleepy. Okay. Now, let's see. Why do I choose YouTube over Twitch for streaming? I really didn't choose one over the other. It's just easier for me to stream here. I don't know. I'd like to switch on. I mean, I'd like to stream on both YouTube and Twitch, but I just haven't taken the time to figure out how to multi-stream. I mean, do both. The honest answer is I would want to do both, but I've been too busy and lazy. Busy in the sense I have too much going on, and lazy in the sense that it's probably very easy to multi-stream, and I just haven't taken the time to figure it out. It's probably not hard at all, though. Oh, yet another half hour, and then I'm probably going to go have some lunch and go for a swim. And then hopefully tonight I will be back. We will see. There will be a lot more streaming this week because my schedule, well, depending how much me and Dave write. I don't know if we're gonna write tomorrow or not, but yeah. The only thing in the way of the streams is working on the book. So whatever days we're not doing that, I'll be on. I'm not sure what days those are yet. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, chat. I'm zoning out. I think it's time for me to go to the gym. 'Cause if I don't go, I'm gonna fall asleep. And if I fall asleep, I'm gonna wake up at 11 p.m. And if I wake up at 11 p.m. and I'm already slept, I'm gonna be up all fucking night and it's gonna fucking suck. So I think it's time for me to end the stream and go to the gym and lift lots of weight and make my body do things it doesn't want to do. Because if I don't, I'm gonna be a zombie. And if I am a zombie, I will get absolutely nothing done. Goodbye! I'm gonna go drink some coffee and lift some weight. I hope that wakes me up. I'll see you back on the stream later tonight. Kisses. Love you all. Bye-bye. 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 Bye.